Oh, I forgot to rename the stream. Whoops. That's fine. Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I hope we're doing good. So, as you might be able to tell, I did mess around with it a little bit off stream. I pretty much finished the head. And I'm starting work on the pouches. I added some little details on the side. Didn't change anything besides that yet. Oh, and I cleaned up this part. But yeah, besides that, nothing much. Well, I guess that is quite a lot. Still, oh, and the arms, and added these little bits at the top, and okay, yeah, I did a fair bit. But yeah, I'm quite happy with it. I'm really happy with how it's going. Now that I've like fully put in the gas mask portion, it fits nicely with the top of the head, and also I've taken a closer look at the miniatures. Hold on. Where the fuck is the other figure? Here it is. I have them in front of me. I should probably show them here as well. But yeah, I've taken a closer look at these, and in person, honestly, the hands do actually show up quite well. It's just that I was looking at it in bad lighting. But I don't... Or it's not that the hands show up well. They show up well enough that I changed my mind, and I think the best thing to do would be just to improve the already existing hand that I made instead of making a new one. Because I tried making a new one like 4 or 5 times, bashing my head against it, and none of them turned out as well as the first one. So I just reused the first one and stared at the miniatures to figure out what can I do to improve readability. And what I did was I just made all of the knuckles and joints bigger. I pushed the thumb out, elevated it further forward from the helmet, and made the holes sharper. But yeah, so you can see it's a little Play-Doh-y, but at the scale it doesn't really matter. It is a fair bit further off the front of the head than what it was before, and also from the bottom. Like you can see here with this is the version that I printed out as a test. Not with these hands though. Hold on. There. This. Oh, I guess that's a good way to show it. This is what we had before. They were very flat, and also there wasn't much of an offset from the rest of the face, top and bottom. This was too small as well, and also the nails didn't show up as well. So what I did was I pushed out all the knuckles to make them really prominent. Also just fucking the nails as well. Just made those really tall. The thumb as well, and I increased the space in the brow. Not that much, honestly. It is quite similar, but sort of almost twice as much, I'd say. And the bottom is very clearly separate from the rest of the face, and the holes are a slight bit bigger. So I hope those are enough changes to make it just read that little bit clearer than I need it to. But yeah, the bottom part now finally looks like a gas mask. I'm actually really happy with the proportions of this and the front part. And the only thing that's left is... Hold on, I should write this down so I can have some sort of a checklist and be more confident of what I need to do to finish this. So, we have pouches. Pouches. Then we have the gun. Then we have the gas filter. I guess that's counts as a part of pouches. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I need to finish the pouches and all the equipment that he has, and the gun. And when I finish the gun, then I can pose him. Because then, you know, we finally have the thing that he needs to hold, so we know how far his hands need to be apart and stuff. So that's the plan. So we're actually going to go into Krita first. And I have sort of an idea of how I want to go about this. Also, I might want to change this. I showed it to Sedeka, and Sedeka came up with a really cool idea of using like a pauldron or like a chest decoration that looks more like the ones you'd see jousters wear, like a lot bigger. And I think that's just a nice idea. It doesn't make any sense because they are not jousting, but it gives a bigger surface for them to like add decorations onto, and also like cutting out a corner would be nice to sort of make like a bigger. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. But yeah, what I want to try and do is I'm gonna I'm gonna leave these pouches. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Like, oh, and the armor. I need to finish the armor. This here at the bottom. Armor, skirt. I wrote skirt, like SKURT, skirt. And also the little hinges. Hinges. I can probably do those now. I don't have to do them later. Yeah, no, I feel like drawing, so let's do that part first. Because I have a few more things that we need to decide on with the drawing, or like with the design before we can sculpt those parts in. Yeah, let me take a screenshot of this, and we're gonna move to Krita. I love the improved hands. Yeah, I think I didn't have an idea of it at first of what was missing from this, but now that I've like worked on it again, I feel like this is so much more of an improvement, and also it's going to be a lot more readable. It isn't perfect. Like the thing is, what I think the main thing I realized was that no matter what, I'm not going to be able to make hands as a visor large enough to have it be perfectly readable at the tiny scale. It's just a very like that's why I don't think a lot of miniatures go for that kind of a design, because that just it demands an amount of size to be readable, right? You can't make hands any smaller before they, are just hard to see. So I just sort of I designed myself into a corner by giving it a design that's sort of impossible to make, or not impossible, but it's harder to make read at the scale, just because it demands that level of there needs to be 4 fingers with little gaps in between them, and that yeah. Still, I think it'll turn out well. I think I actually want to try and just print this again. Like, I'm going to print it tonight, even if we don't finish the model again, because I just want to compare this to the head that I already have to see if I'm right, and it did, like, help. But yeah, what was I going to do? Right, Krita. Hold on, I need to go Ooga tablet thingy, then open Krita. Okay, cool. Uh, Hold on. My brain's short-circuiting a little. Gotta figure out where my fingers and hands are and what they're supposed to be doing. Uh, do that, that, that. Okay, yes, we're here. Cool. Uh, Now let me see. I want to Control V. There you go. The nice thing about this is, I can just draw over this and design things on top of the already existing model. Simon, hello, it's Riz. Hello, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah. So we have to decide what pouches this dude has. That's the part that I'm interested in because at the moment he just has duplicate pouches in the front, but I don't want random pouches. I want every pouch to be there for a reason, which means we need to know what this guy actually needs. So, necessary, 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 uh, necessary things, pouches that we absolutely have to have, is one big one for ammo, right? Which I'm probably gonna make one on this side or something. Um, but also, hold on. Are we? I guess we need to decide what gun he would use to know what kind of ammo he'd have to hold. Oh, okay. There's a bunch of different types of flintlocks that I want to use in the setting, but I think for the first model, I want to make it incredibly clear what time period we are setting this in. And the thing is, some self-loading flintlocks are kind of hard to tell. Like with their design, if you know what parts are what, it's kind of it's easy to tell. But with some of them, it's a little hard to tell that they have a ammo compartment and a gunpowder compartment internally inside of them that allow them to be reloaded, like a gun that has a magazine, for example. So I don't want to use any of those yet because it might confuse people and think, oh, it's the setting mostly has still like single shot flintlocks, but that's not the case. So I think to really make it clear, I want just a very clear gun that shows that it's flintlocks, yes, but there's some advanced shenanigans happening. So maybe we go with a revolving flintlock. So having multiple chambers that can be loaded individually with multiple flash pans. I think that's like the best, easiest way to make it very clear what kind of setting we're in. Like this. And then a single barrel in front. Like that. So we can see, okay, yeah, it's a flintlock world. But there's like weird, wacky flintlocks and shit. And then, so if we do this, then they need to be individually loaded. But what about if we have like a few of these chambers that can be taken out? So this is like a version of this musket where this chamber is removable, uh, which means he could have like those chambers on him somewhere, just a bunch of these like very big chambers. Or what about there's a type of musket where you can load like the ammo is a cartridge like this with a flash pan next to it like that. So it's just a tiny cutout of a barrel. And it's just that. So what if we have a revolving chamber of slots that you can slot these into? So you basically have a revolving flintlock with multiple barrels, and then these little cartridges that have their own flash pans that can be like held on a bandolier, so you can pretty much reload it as well. That might be interesting, right? Yeah, so I do want. Okay, only one watching from Twitch. Well, yeah, I'm definitely not very Twitch. Not much Twitch going on. The bullets can explode. I mean, yeah, of course, the bullets can explode. Why would they not be able to explode? Is he a grunt or a standard issue mild soldier, or is he an elite? No, just a standard grunt. Beautifully ridiculous and stupid. Yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's fun. I think what that gun had was that each of the like its barrel had a latch like this. Its barrel had a latch like this. So you insert the cartridge into the side and then latch it closed or something like that. So it could be that each of these separate chambers all have a latch on it to allow you to load in the chamber. We love you, singular Twitch viewer. Indeed, we do. Yes, we do. Welcome to the Monster Garden. Kleine Hyena. Kleine Hyena. He's pretty decorated for a common soldier. He looks like... Well, yeah, because I like decorating. So, like, the common soldier is decorated, and then the elite soldiers are even more decorated. It's just fun. Because decoration is nice. I don't need an excuse to decorate things. I just like decorating things. Yeah, so it would mean so we have... Okay, how do I think about this? If we do this that we just talked about, we would need a supply of these chambers, so some sort of bandolier probably, with multiple of these chambers stacked, so he can like reload his gun. Then it would also mean he needs paper cartridges to reload the chambers after having used them, which means he needs a bigger pouch, and that's going to be one of like these pouches that has like a wooden block in them. With holes carved into the wooden block and like paper cartridges sticking out like that. I love those pouches. And then he also needs a powder horn. So some sort of powder horn. Because he needs to load the flash pans are loaded with a different powder than the barrel. So we're gonna think of multiple options, by the way. Not just this is the one I'm settling with. I'm just thinking about what different variations we can go with. So it would be one paper ammo. One horn and bandolier. Okay. Then also other necessary ones. I think we definitely want some sort of canteen. But to like, if I put a canteen, what I've learned from the hatch folk I didn't finish, canteens are too modern. I need a water skin. Water skins fit a lot better. So we need a water skin. I do want the guy to have a water skin. Somewhere on this side, probably. Some sort of water skin. Then, do we want a knife? I feel like a knife is a must, right? Even if they have, like, bayonets on their rifles or, like, axes on their rifles. I think, like, a nice tactical just knife on the side would also be nice. And then we can have... Oh, shit, we can do, like, a medieval... this where it like hangs from the bandolier like this and then has the sheath, and we can, you know what, I feel like, okay, suggestion, tell me if you agree with this. I feel like Rom would be very fitting if they had machete-esque weapons or sabers, things that have heavy cutting power. I think seems like something that fits the idea of ROM for me. So it'd be fun if they had like machetes, or well, it could be like a very simple like chunky blade, but I would also be interested if they had like more like curved blades like this, because those would be very fun. Or yeah, some sort of machete or like more heavy blade towards the tip. Shit like this. Yeah, and then like Varus to me seems like a sort of more thin, agile blade type, very elegant. I feel like they'd use fucking rapiers. Does that make sense? Or like they would use things with like those nice curly guards like this. Like Varus would totally be this shit. In case of piercing, yeah, that's gonna be on the weapon. So we're thinking the knife isn't for fighting; it's mostly for utility. So what I'm thinking is like more of a utility based weapon. Why not a trench axe? Well, yeah, of course they'd have trench axes too. I mean, for this one, I think I don't want the weapon to be too prominent, so I think some sort of like utility knife thing would work for this one. But yeah, maybe not sabers. Maybe not to the level of sabers. I don't think Rom would have like sabers with like full guards. They would definitely have like more machetes and axes, like one-handed mauls or warhammers. Oh, Warhammer? Yeah, stuff like that, I think. And then the sabers and that sort of like fancy shit will definitely be kept for Varus. I feel like they'd be pompous about it and have like sabers with fucking little tufts at the end of them or whatever. He saw my comment. Oh my god. Uh, well, yeah, I read the chat. This is a collaborative thing. Oh yeah, but you can't make it too big since if you use it over and over again, you get tired real fast. Well, yeah, you can't. Well, I mean, machetes are used to like cut down vines and stuff. Like I'm saying, machete size, not like a fucking Buster Sword thing. Of course, not that big. Weapon barrels, so it could be used. Yeah, I do want like some sort of weapon at the end, and I'm a sucker for like axe weapons, so I'm probably gonna do an axe again. But we'll see. We'll see what we put at the end of the weapon. So yeah, water skin. What else? What else does a soldier need? Water skin. I think some like additional pouches. Like we do need some random assortment of pouches. For things like rations and that sort of thing. I don't want this guy to have a backpack, by the way. I think for the first guy, let's not have a backpack first, because that's just going to make it too clunky. I think just having it like bare back. Um, anyway, nothing on the back. Yeah, ration, first aid, that sort of thing. So, rations, first aid, uh, a dump pouch would be nice too. Yeah, let's do a dump pouch. Which would be like a loose open satchel. I also like the idea of soldiers having like clearly identifiable equipment or like cups, bowls, um mess kits. I think they're called mess kits. Like it adds character because it makes you realize that they're people a lot more. Like I think to me, as soon as there's like things on them that aren't exactly for war, it humanizes them very quickly. Like things like kettles and shit like that. You know? So like maybe just like a loose cup jingling around on the back or something might be fun. This is not necessary, by the way. I guess this is we should do another one that's optional. This is going into the optional territory for sure. Dog tag, maybe? I'm not sure what the dog tags are like for Ram soldiers. I completely forgot. I think I did come up with a way they do dog tags, but I don't fucking remember. I think it was little like capsules where they write their information into pieces of paper and then close it into a capsule. Fuck, what did I come up with for that? Yeah, I think it's some sort. Okay, yeah, we need some sort of identification thing as well. We'll come up with that. Why can't I draw? Hello? There you go. Also dog tag. Yeah, and let's do optional. Binoculars would be fun. Telescope. I think telescopes would help keep it in the setting aesthetic. Telescope. Then what else did we say? Like cups, pans, that sort of thing. Humanizing elements. What are other things that you think you could add to a soldier to like make them more human? Or like to humanize them, things like trinkets and stuff. Uh Spices? I mean they're fancy if they have spices. Yeah. Also, grenades. I completely forgot grenades. Grenades are optional as well, and then we'd have to have a think about what kind of grenades, because I think there's a bunch of different types of grenades in the world. Firstly, we can't not have stick grenades. Stick grenades are awesome. But then another variant of grenades I wanted ROM to have specifically is lemon grenades. They don't actually exist. I'm just calling them lemons because of how they're shaped. But what I thought would be fun would be grenades that are designed to be thrown with a slingshot. You know these slingshots. Uh, these slingshots. And have grenades that are designed for that would be really fun. Tobacco. Yeah. Smoking pipes. Okay. A bit of a tangent. Rom is a country that is very human. They have fallen to human vices very badly compared to Varus, which means a lot of their soldiers are addicted to drugs and stimulants and that sort of stuff, and their country actually supplies them with said drugs to enhance their soldiers' abilities, which means I actually wanted the Rom soldier to have a dedicated device that is used to smoke like cartridges of drugs. I think just sending it all the way instead of just having soldiers sneaking puffs of cigarettes or pipes, literally having the army supply them with smoking devices and cartridges of drugs that they can use to like keep themselves awake or something like that. And the way I thought about doing this was basically having like hookah pipes. Like if it's some sort of device that burns cartridges and has like open hatches where you can drop cartridges in, and like a pipe that would attach to the gas mask. So you can see that on the front of the gas mask, I have two holes. I have the bottom hole, which is for the air filter, but then the top hole would be a plug that they can basically stick a tube into to huff stimulants and stuff. So it would be a device that has like a long tube attached to it that they can stick into the front of their gas mask to huff stimulants. And what I would think would be really fun would be that if these stimulants are supplied in sort of these condensed bricks of like medicine, imagine tea bricks, like Chinese tea bricks. I was really interested in a channel that reviewed Chinese tea bricks and Chinese like medicinal herbs, and I really wanted to incorporate that somehow. So I think what would be really fun is if they like sort of pack the drugs into these condensed like tea brick looking little cubes that are then kept in like paper little paper like envelopes, and then you can have those be like inserted into the chambers and have those like diffuse, and then there's like different brands and stuff like that, and like whole like like Chinese style medicinal stores of different types of stimulants and shit like that. And I think that'd be really fun. And then you can have like a wax stamp on it and shit. Like a whole nother little niche of the world that we can create for that. The drug trade. But it's because of how open it is in ROM, how drugs are very common in ROM. I feel like it'd be very open. So that's why it's sort of turned into this very big, like over the top, elaborate business instead of like this shady behind the corner alleyway thing. It's like, oh yeah, there's these giant drugstores where there's just hundreds of selections of different variants and of plants, shrooms, whatever you can think of. And then it might be even more fun if this like smoking device has like multiple different chambers. So you can like smoke multiple of them at the same time and like mix and match them. I'm thinking about it like a game mechanic. Think about it in a game. If it's like a buffing screen, instead of just chugging potions, it's like a screen that shows your device and the amount of slots it has. And then for and then you have the little pouches or the little tea brick drugs that are like, oh, this one boosts your stamina but removes like reduces your aim, and then you just have to like mix and match 3 or 4 of them into each of the slots and then smoke it at once to like buff yourself in combat for a duration. I feel like that'd be really fun. So yeah, that's something they have. Like a shisha. Yeah. Like a shisha, but portable. The thing is, I'm not sure how it would work. Not sure how it would work yet. Like, it would need to be easy to light, which means they'd need some sort of lighters, or would they need like an oil lamp that burns the thing? Or I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Every soldier should have different cartridges for combat and relaxing. Like you put a special cartridge for if you're in combat. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like there's 100 different ones for 100 different use cases. Relaxers, uppers, downers, whatever drug equivalent you want of these like cartridges. Yeah, caffeine as well. Strategically crossfaded. But yeah, that's something I want to incorporate, and that's also going to be the main like big device that I'm going to have on his back. It's going to be one of the main like highlight devices on these guys. Is you have the you think it should be added into the gas filter? Like it's supplied with the gas mask. The gas mask is intended to be used with this thing. So would it be interesting to have a device that is used to smoke drugs, but also has like a separate compartment that's for the gas mask filter? So it's just one big device like this, and then it has like a little smoking compartment, and the like the air filter is back here, and then a little separate tube comes out of this for the smoking part of it. Have more or less drugs on them? I feel like they'd have more. They'd have higher quality drugs on them. Rom took the war on drugs literally. It seems like a salt chemist from a video guy. I from a video game I played. Oh, that's nice. What game would that be? Revolving cylinders on the mask, and you turn to switch. No, I do want it to be like a side pouch thing. I think that's cooler to have, or like some sort of pipe device on them that they open up and like drop cartridges in. You know what I was thinking of? Very specific, but the weird crystals they add into the nitro tanks from the anime movie Redline, like that. Like if you've seen Redline, I like that movie a lot. They have like these sort of nitrous chamber things in their cars that's like a vat of liquid, and they drop like these crystals into them that boost the car engine in some magical fucking way. I don't know how they work. But maybe it's like the drugs that they use specifically dissolve in water. So we can have that aesthetic. don't know. Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Let's think about that another time. First, grenades. Grenades optional. What else is optional? Redline's got some cool art. True, true. I love. Um, was it Lazy Boy? What's the giant like bio weapon called? I forgot what that one's called. I love the design of Lazy Boy or whatever that thing was called. Awesome, fucking awesome that thing. Put a little mana and some stimulants. Can you? Would it warp your lungs? I don't know. I think it would. Since they have these gas masks, shouldn't they carry stuff on to patch them up? Like cable gets cut in battle, they have pouch. Well, yeah, of course. I feel like that would be included in the first aid, like band-aids, wraps, that sort of thing. So that would be included for sure for like patching up bullet holes and like ripped cables and stuff. Spare cables as well. Oh, some sort of cable. Cable or rope. Also shovels. Nah, I don't want this guy to have a shovel. We'll leave that for another one. Yeah, what else is tools? Yeah, if it's like a specialized grenadier soldier, we'll leave that for another time as well. Bedroll. I was thinking like bedrolls would be on the backpack, and I don't want this guy to have a backpack because I think we're already adding a lot to him, so I don't want to like over busyify his design. So we'll leave the bedrolls onto the backpack eventually when I make like a backpacked variant of this dude. A mobile cooking pot. Yep, we already have that. Cups and pans. Um, Chemists have like a brewery inside their body so they can make their own potions. Salt chemists have like a brewery inside their body so they can make their own potions. From what is that? What is that from? That sounds really cool. Optional cup. Yes, we have optional cups. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. I don't want to like overcrowd this guy. So I definitely want a powder horn. Anything that allows me to have a powder horn. I definitely want the knife. Um I definitely want like a paper ammo pouch. Some sort of water skin, yes. First aid and rations, yes. A dog tag, we still need to figure out what that looks like. I was thinking that it would be like a sort of little cylindrical cartridge that can be hung around the neck. That like screws open and you can put letters in there. Or maybe it's like a stamped metal thing, like we just go for stamped metal, because like Varus or Rom has a lot of like stamped metal things already. But I feel like that's like too generic. I could definitely go with some like weirder thing than just a metal tag, you know? Mirror, hairbrush? Nah, nah. Lungs have maximized what? Lungs have maximized surface area for absorbing oxygen, so fucked up geometry, misshapen, would probably absorb mana really good. Yeah, I think so. I think lungs would actually absorb mana surprisingly well. Autoloaders for flintlocks. There is autoloaders for flintlocks. There's a wonderful channel that the like Forgotten Arms, I think it's called or something, but they cover like very niche weapons, and one of the types of weapons they cover is like very niche flintlocks, and there are some crazy fucking flintlocks, dude. There's a type of flintlock, or there's multiple types of these flintlocks, but the one that's like the most beautiful version I've ever seen is basically it has three cylinders in front or next to the barrel. It has so one, two, uh, three, like this. Uh, and then the top of the gun is here, like this. And then it has the flash pan here, hammer there. And you know what it does? This is what it does. When you fire your gun, bang, you fire it. One of these barrels holds shot. One of them holds the bullets. The other one holds gunpowder. And there's another separate tiny little compartment here that holds a separate compartment of powder for the flash pan. What you do is you turn the barrel of the gun, which revolves this whole thing, moving the bullet to up to the top of the gun, and it rolls back into the chamber. No. What happens first? I forgot what happens first. Right. The bullet goes first. It gets rolled into the chamber. Then the barrels goes in front of it. There's a piston inside that pushes the bullet into the front of the barrel to like make a proper seal. Then you turn it more, and the powder chamber goes in front of the barrel and drops an amount of powder, or like amount of powder falls into the chamber behind the bullet, and then that same action puts an amount of powder into the flash pan as well and cocks the fucking hammer. So like you basically ratchet the whole barrel mechanism like back and then forth again, and that does everything. It drops a bullet into the barrel, it pushes it forward, it drops powder behind the bullet, it reloads the pan. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So it's basically a single action Flintlock. It's a single action Flintlock. And they're, oh my god, it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. You know, and those are the types of guns I want. I want those crazy, like, weird gun designs. There's a different version of this where instead it has like a lever arm next to the gun that has a revolving chamber. Like it has a disc with multiple chambers. And the powder and bullet or magazine are in the stock of the gun. And you basically you turn the gun downwards. That drops like an amount of powder and amount of bullets into the revolving chamber. You turn this whole handle forward, which drops the bullet and then the powder behind it into the barrel, and then also reloads the pan as well. Those are a bit prone to like exploding and stuff, but still, there's some crazy shit. There's some crazy shit. But yeah, so it definitely exists. Like Lorenzini system. Yeah, I don't know the names of them, but we'll definitely get obsessed with that kind of stuff. But I think because of for the sake of clarity, I think for the first guy that we're making, this guy, I'm just gonna make like a revolving flintlock like this. You know, the most common weird flintlock people tell you about is like, oh, did you know there's revolving flintlocks with like multiple chambers and shit? That's the one we're doing first because it's the most clearly identifiable weird flintlock. Because with these two versions of the gun, this one and this one, they look surprisingly unassuming. Like, besides the weird, like, lever on the side of this gun, it totally looks like a single action, or, like, the side of the gun and also, like, this weird circular, like, disc chamber in the middle of the gun. If you don't know what it does, it sort of just looks like a single action flintlock. And then the same with this one. It has, like, multiple little barrels in front, but those could be, like, the one for the tamping rod and stuff like that. So who knows? But this one's like just clearly, oh yeah, multiple shots, so we'll go with that, and then go weirder later. Yeah, what else? Okay, so we gotta have grenades, right? We gotta have like one grenade or two grenades at least. But I really want to do the weird grenade. I want to do these grenades because they also like mold faces onto them uh, to like mock Varusian soldiers. They have like silly faces on them. I was calling them Kashbala grenades or Kashba grenades because the faces I wanted to take inspiration from like puppet performances, like German or Germanic puppet performances, like Kashbala or like Punchin, what's that? Punchin Judy or whatever it's called, like the British one as well. So yeah, and also those aren't that big either. I think they're like smaller than a fist, so they're not that like explosive. Um, they don't like have a huge explosion, but it definitely does cause damage. And the main goal is actually because it's a slingshot grenade. If you can just hit somebody with the grenade itself, that'll hurt enough. Like slingshots hit incredibly hard. So the point of it is like if you smash somebody in the face with it, it's gonna hurt them already, and then it blows up. Or you can just launch random ones like over the trenches really far, further than you'd be able to hand throw something. Yeah. And then there's also a Verushan type of grenade that was gonna take inspiration from lawn darts. Um, I forgot what the actual weapon is called, but lawn darts are the same thing pretty much. It's basically just hand thrown arrows with like fletching, and then they'd have a weighted grenade head, and I would want like a little bit of a string in the back here. So you basically like twirl them around and then launch them up, and then they'd correct themselves midair, and they'd have a spike in front so they can like embed themselves and pierce like targets or like stick into the ground. What if it's a thermite grenade so the bases barf fire at people? I mean, that would be cool. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, I mean, gas grenade. Yep, variants of grenades exist. I mean, just the main shape of the grenade would be this. So, like, what kind of a pouch? Like, how would a pouch of these look like? So the gist of them is also they need a string attached to them, because the way they explode is they have a fuse inside that needs to be activated. But how do you activate a fuse and then release it at the right time? So the way they solve that is basically having a long string attached to the fuse that like activates the fuse. And what you do is you just put that string around your finger, and then put the grenade into the pouch. So simultaneously, as you release the sling, the string of the grenade stays on your finger and pulls itself out of the grenade with the momentum that it carries, which then primes the grenade. So they have like a long string as well, which means we'd need some sort of method to like. I mean, what makes the most sense to me is like just have like a little wax or like paper seal, so they're like rolled up here with uh the little string hanging out, and then just have like wax or some sort of paper covering that, so just this hangs out, so you can pull it off, extend the like unroll the string, and then put it in your pouch and eat it. And it also means you can use the grenades without the sling as well, but they're designed to be with the sling. Have you read the Tyrant Philosopher book? No, I don't know what that is. I don't read books in general. Round like strawberries. Ooh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What if it's Oh, that's a really cool visual actually. I like the idea of like having them hang like a sort of yeah, like strawberries or like grapes, like a grapevine kind of design where they're all like attached like this, and then you can just pull them off. Uh, and so yeah, you can. Oh shit, you can have like okay, this is the shoulder of the guy, right? Like this, and you can have like a shoulder bandolier like this, and just have them hang off like this, drooping down, or you can have one that's like on the waist like this, and then just has them sort of bundled up together. Got air in my mind. Barnacles are fucked up, distorted crabs with their limbs turned, what? With their limbs turned filter feeder things, human distorted into barnacle creatures to filter feed mana. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Could you write that in the Monster Garden chat so I like can remember that for later? Like just at me in the Monster Garden chat in the Discord with that suggestion, because I want to like think about that more afterwards. I really like that. Yeah, and also it gives it like a very nice, clear. It it's more visually appealing. If we actually make like individual small pouches for them, then you don't see the faces. And I think the faces are like the highlight of the grenade. So we really need to have them like exposed. And I like and also it makes it helps like tie into their name as well. We could call them grapes, or also like lemons, or lime grenades because they're that shape and they're like stored in this manner. So yeah, I feel like that'd be really fun. Okay, let go, let go. Okay, so we need to be careful that not too much is happening on the design, though. I think if we do, I'll allow one bandolier. We'll allow one bandolier of things on him. Because otherwise it gets too much. If we have like two bandoliers, it's the straps and the bandolier and whatever. So I think we have a bandolier with those cartridges for the revolving flintlock. So we definitely do that. I think we do go with that type of weapon. Uh, so we have that. Then I think that is directly attached to the powder horn. So we don't have like a separate strap for the powder horn as well. So that also holds the powder horn. Um, then we have the paper cartridges, which is a big bag. Then we also need like a dump pouch. We do need that. Then we have a knife, which is probably going to be on this side then, so it's not too messy. Wait, hold on. I'll have the dump pouch here. And then the knife here, for example. And then where do we put the grenades? I think having the grenades just here, like hanging off, because these aren't being used right now. So I feel like it'd be fine to just have them like hang off of here. We don't want too many of them. I'd say just like two of them. But they'd be nice and like obvious, in that spot. Uh, and then like a sling as well. I think slings are normally slung over the shoulder, right? Hold on. Slings? How are slings? Oh, right, right, right. Slings are worn like belts. Oh, that's fun. Right. I completely forgot about that. Some cultures wear them like belts around their waist. How do we do that? I really want to do that. We could have it just like hang over the shoulder like this. We can also, I feel like yeah, because the issue with having it be a belt is there's a fuck ton of shit here. It's gonna get tangled up with everything. Yeah, yeah. Also, we need to consider that there's like a backside to this guy as well, so not everything needs to be in the front. I just want to make sure that we have everything we need and know what we need to put on, and then we can just decide where to put each of those things. Uh, just above the hip. Yeah, we could do that. Could do it behind the back. Yeah, I'm thinking the bandolier is a little clunky though. I don't quite like the bandolier idea. Huh. And also, I really want that grapevine thing going on instead of just having them be in front. If I put them here, okay, here's the issue. If I put them here, that they need to be like quite big to show up, so they'd be like this big, and that's like a lot of space being taken up by them, right? That's like a pretty big amount of space. So preferably, I want them on the hip. I think. Preferably, I want them on the hip. And we can, we can sort of imply a number of them by having like a longer string like this with like little loose ends on it. So you can tell like, oh, there used to be more of these hanging off of his belt or something. I think that'd be fun as well. Dump pouch should be on the dump truck. True, true. Dump pouch is behind. I think that'll help like alleviate some of the clutter. Um, I do think we should add some pouches up here. Like we can have a pouch. I don't think I want a pouch here on this side because we already have this like armpit shield and the big pouch here. Those are like the main things going on over there. So maybe like a smaller pouch on this side, or like a few multiple smaller pouches. So we can say these are like the first aid and little equipment pouches that he has. And then we can have underneath those, we can have the grapes hanging. Like this. And then, okay, we can't have the powder horn and the knife be on the same side as well. Clutter. Again, clutter. So we need to decide. I don't think I should have the knife on the same side as the grenades. That's going to get in the way. So I think the knife should be on this side. Or the knife can be on the back as well. I feel like something that I really like is like in Nausicaa Valley of the like the Ghibli movie. They have like the knife on the back, like hanging off the back like this. That's also really cool. And then we can like make it considerably bigger as well. Not that we need to, but you know, it can be a lot more prominent if we have it on the back. And then we can have the grenades. Yeah, I think the knife. Okay, knife on the back, dump pouch on the back. Then we can have the powder horn on one side, and then we can have the sling and the grenades on the other side. I think that's a nice distribution. Because then the powder horn's on this side, and we can just have that sling over the shoulder like this. Or do we want it all the way over? Yeah, let's do all the way because then we can have the little chamber. I'm still not sure about the chambers, but let's have them here for now. Chambers like that. And then you know what? The sling could actually perfectly be kept in that little the little flap on the top of the shoulder that soldier uniforms have. This thing with the button. I have those on the model as well. And actually, those would be perfect to hold a sling. I feel like that makes perfect sense. So just have the sling be here. Sling pouch, because then the sling pouch is right here. The grenades are right here. Powder here. We can have some smaller pouches here. And then the gas chamber would be somewhere back here. This guy's gonna be an absolute mess. I'm sorry to whoever's gonna paint this guy. He's gonna be a fucking mess. Around the leg, I did think about like having a leg, or having a knife like stuck in the boot, like a little boot pocket, maybe where they can stick a knife into, sort of tactical style. But I think for this one, I want the knife to be like on the body because it's just a cool detail. So yeah, grenades, rope, and then, God, well, really, the tough part's going to be deciding the size of these things, because there's a lot of things competing for your attention. Grenades are really interesting. The knife is really interesting. The powder horn's really interesting. And the gas filter is going to be really, like, gas filter hookah combo is going to be really interesting as well. If the big one breaks. Oh, no, no multiple knives. I think one's going to be enough. One's going to be enough. We're already like going way overkill with the amount of shit this guy's hauling around, even without a backpack. But yeah, the sling in the armpit definitely stays. Uh, the grenades down here, I like those a lot. They definitely stay. The dump pouch and the knife on the back, they stay. The paper casings also stay. I like those. I like the gas or the powder horn being on the side. That's great. Oh shit, we also forgot the water skin. God damn it. This guy has a lot of stuff. I think next to the powder horn, we can probably find some space on this side for the powder horn and the water skin. The water skin not going to be that prominent. Um, we're not gonna. I guess we're losing a lot of the optional stuff. We said yes to grenades and rope also sort of because of the sling. We sort of getting rope as well. Cups and pans, I think we'll sadly have to keep out of this one. A telescope as well. Someone give this guy a cart. Yeah, yeah. A sheath in the shoulder. Yeah, I like the ones where I think there's a type of knife that's like sticks up here as well under this same like patch. That's cool as well. I also like knives that are in the armpit. I think those are really cool, like police holster style under the armpit knife is also really cool. But I think on the back, I'm gonna go on the back with this one. Water skin could hang underneath the knife. True, true. We could have those if it gets too cluttered, we can have it there. But I do think it should be like on the side, like on the hip somewhere to like easy access. Um, and then we need the the thing I've been stuck on, which is oh, and also the dog tag around the neck. The dog tag's just going to be around the neck. That's just obvious. Um, so we'll figure out what kind of dog tag shenanigans they have. Okay, the hookah, the smoking oil lamp thing. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? And dumpy back together. Yeah, yeah. So if the dump bag's on this side, the smoking thing is gonna take up this portion, like the majority of this. So how are we gonna design that thing? We need to figure out how those function in the first place. I'm thinking if they get really fancy, obviously it's gonna be magical. I want them to produce smoke. That's the main thing. Is I want them to produce smoke because I find the idea of them huffing the tube and then just breathing out a smoke cloud to be cool as shit. I don't condone smoking. I'm just saying in fantasy or like fictional settings, smoking's pretty fucking cool. In real world, yuck. If you smoke, yuck. Shame on you. But in fictional settings, sick as shit. So it does need smoke, which means we do need to burn them, which means we need a source of fire or a way of heating them. Easiest would be to just have it be like burned and then kept burning. So they would need like some sort of lighter or matchsticks. Simon, smoking's pretty fun. Hey, finish the quote. Don't take it out of context. You just quoted the bad part. I said I specifically added smoking is pretty cool in fictional settings and is not cool in real life. Yeah, so we need some sort of chamber that that these like tea pouches get put into, and then you just light them with a match or like some sort of um flint and steel or whatever. A type of lighter that I really like is there's a type of lighter where it's like a metal stick with a little wick at the end, and the action of pulling the stick out of the lighter sparks it to light. So there's a fuel inside the lighter, and then there's some sort of flint and steel mechanism here, and then when you pull out the stick, it creates a spark, and the wick on the end of the stick is already like soaked in fuel. So you just pull out this sort of metal stick with a bit of a flame at the end that stays lit for quite a while. I like those a lot. I think we might be able to do one of those. Matchsticks, I think, would exist as well. When were matchsticks invented? I think matchsticks would be fine, right? We can have matchsticks. I've seen this lighter. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. In the real world, smoking is pretty cool. No, no. What? The pull string on the grenade could stay hot on the end after they strike the fuse. I mean, that'd be sick as shit, wouldn't it? I don't know how that makes sense, but just imagine they pull out one of the Kashbala grenades, one of the laughing grenades, the lemons. They fucking sling it across the battlefield. The little string that's left over still stays burning, and they fucking light their cig with it. Again, smoking's not cool, but that'd be sick as shit. That'd be sick as shit. Really sick. I don't know why the string would still be on fire. It doesn't make sense, but it'd be cool if it did. But yeah, so yeah, this is like the simplest version. It's literally just a smoking pipe, pretty much. It's just a smoking pipe that attaches to like a thing, and then it has multiple chambers. I do want like multiple smoking chambers. I think that'd be cool. But then the issue with this is that it needs to stay lit, right? So they need to like start it up at the start of a battle. There could be an automated one. Okay, what about this? What about if it's like magically fueled burning chamber, and then it's also like a accordion like lung thing, and like a smoke chamber, so it basically smokes it for you and then stores the gas, and then you can just suck up the gas when you want. That could be cool as well. Then we can have like an oil lamp type thing as well, where it has like an oil reservoir, like burns the stuff for you. But I don't know. Magic bong. Yeah, it's a magic bong. I feel like we need to come up with the simplest solution, because this is like a very common device. I love doing illicit drugs with my friend Simon. No, 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 no. Don't quote me. Don't just make up shit. You can control the fire by giving more gas. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think the smoke chamber idea is actually good. I think that's good, because then it doesn't need to be automated in the slightest. It can literally be like multiple chambers where you drop the drugs into, like this, right? Then you light each one of them individually, you get them going, and then you just have like a bag pipe, or like a what are those called? What are those called? A billow. You basically have a billow that you just pull open, so you suck air into the billow through the chambers, so it just charges all of the drugs into the huff, and then you just take a huff. I guess you just huff off of that, and that works. I think that just works. Is there an issue with like smoke not sticking around long? Does it like stick to surfaces and stuff, or would this work? I don't really care. I'm just wondering, because if it doesn't work in real life, it can still work in the setting. I can just say, yeah, that's how it works. where it compresses the gas pre-sacked or something. No, not compresses the gas. It just stores the gas. So you basically are taking a mechanical huff of all of the drugs and just keeping it in that bag. And then you basically just have a filled up bag of smoke on your hip that you can press in to like smoke the drugs. It can stick to surfaces? See, I think that would work. So then basically you're making a concoction, and then you can activate it whenever you want by just pushing down on the bellows and then taking a huff. I think that's cool. Yeah, so how would that look? Let's hold on. This is a complete mess. How would that look? So it's very simple. It's just billows like this with a handle, and then that leads to the chambers where you smoke it from, and those are like there, and then you just push that out. How can we make that look like something? I meant could it? Oh, sorry, hold on. Yeah, I feel like maybe, probably, like concentrated. What about breakable flasks? I mean, I I want there to be smoking involved. I can't make it sound good. I want them to smoke, right? Cuz the thing is the ROM is like falling into human vices. And to me, smoking's bad. Again, smoking's bad, people. But that means I want them to smoke, right? If it's like some sort of flask or like a little injection or something like that, it looks less bad, right? It looks like a, oh, charge up thing. But this is like, I'm literally smoking a joint mid combat, huffing fumes mid combat. Like a face palm motion. So you just smash it against your face. Smoking is cool because it's gross. Yes. After battle, scavengers need to be careful because there could be clouds of drugs smoke, which could cause an overdose. I mean, yeah, I feel like that makes sense. There'd be some leftover um, smoke in the trenches. I have a question, but I don't know if you have given the answer already. But where are the soldiers coming from? The war has been going on for very long, and you've said you don't do child soldiers. Well, then adult soldiers. They grow up and then they get conscribed into the war. Funnily enough, if the child soldiers don't go soldiering around for long enough, they eventually turn into adult soldiers. And then you can send them out. Because people reproduce, I guess? Are you asking me where babies come from? What? People have kids, and those kids get sent into the war. If the question is, like, how are they not running out? Whatever reason you can come up with that they would have that would let them not run out, that's the one. I don't, like, I don't know. Like, they just make enough babies, I guess? There's enough of them? Like, fucking Warhammer can have trillion, billion soldiers on every planet. I think I'm fine if I send a few hundred in. We can just hand wait. Like, they just have soldiers. They just have them. They're soldiers. From the soldier factory, you know? Burnt material like cigs, you could have liquids being vaporized and boiled. Like, no, I want smoking. I need smoking, man. I need smoking and fire. Yeah, and also like scavenging uniforms and stuff like that is a huge part of the setting. Like a bunch of 90% of soldiers are just wearing scavenged, recycled, repaired uniforms. Okay, I need some references. What? Okay, for this like smoking device, we've basically established it has chambers. They don't automatically light themselves. You use like a lighter or a matchstick or whatever to light them, and then charge the billows. That's the device. That's the entirety of it. It's the simplest thing I can come up with that still has some sort of like action to it, where you like push down on it or pull it or whatever. Pull it, bop it, whatever. What do we take inspiration from for the look of it? Obviously, things that are associated with smoking would make sense, so we can use that like human ability of pattern recognition to make it clear that this thing's used to smoke shit. So I think we do need some like hookah um references as inspiration. Not like exactly. It doesn't need to like be straight up a hookah, but just like that shape makes you think of smoking. So here. Yeah, I feel like Varus would go into injections. Like they have like bio augments and shit like that. They totally do like syringe injections, so we can keep it for them. Syringes and vials and that sort of shit. That's totally Varusian. You know, I feel like Rom's gonna be the smokers. Varush is the Varus is um the injectors, and Rom's the smokers. Yeah, hold on. Billows. What kind of billows can we? No, not billows. Bellows. Oh, bellows. Yes, bellows. Um, what about? Hold on. This is a bellow from an iron lung. I think like iron lungs could be a weird roundabout thing we can take as inspiration. I don't know why. It just makes me think of like medical issues. Iron lung. I don't think iron lungs have anything to do with smoking. Um, but I'll just put one here in case of something. Um, Peruse heroin addicts, Rom stoners. Could make the chamber glass orbs. I don't think glass would be good. Especially okay, remember, we're making this into a miniature, which means glass is kind of hard. Um you can't really print glass. Uh at least not in one piece. You can there's ways around it, like you can make it look like there's a frame that holds glass, but then just not put anything there and then show the contents inside to like make it seem like there should be glass there. But for this I think it's going to be too small that any glass thing could work. Like the glass, I definitely want to have glass for like the Varusian augments though. Because like they're like portable lungs and stuff would be like in sort of glass chambers, and we could like try and see how we can make it look like glass in those cases. What the fuck is Smoking can be how you get into an iron lung. Oh, okay. What else? What else? Because smoking pipes. I really like fancy smoking pipes. They're cool. So maybe we can take inspiration from that. Like having different materials, I think would be good. Like metal parts and wooden parts, ivory for like really fancy ones. But yeah, look. This kind of thing makes me think of smoking pipes. Like uh this. Come on. And this image is a little rough. Yeah, sure. Let's do this one. Like this. Like I think I see this quite often, where it's like these weird like additional bits made of different materials as decoration and like for handles and stuff. So we can like sort of subtly incorporate that to try and make it look more like a smoking device. This, oh my god, this one's awesome. Look at that. Fucking awesome. Hmm. Mom, Simon's telling me it's cool to smoke again. Oh no. Also, on the topic of glass, I don't think a glass hookah would make sense to be given to a soldiers in the trenches. Yeah, that as well. But still, I'd be fine with like glass in the trenches for aesthetic reasons. I don't really care about that much, or about like that realism angle of it. Like, oh, it doesn't make sense they would have glass in the trenches. They have the mana potions; those are glass as well, or the fumers, as I've called them. Bee smokers, yes, thank you. That's actually the perfect reference. Bee smokers are the perfect fucking reference. I didn't even consider that. That's really good. Because they do literally the same thing we need. That's exact. We're just making human bee smokers, pretty much. Uh, so yeah, they seem quite simple. Like I'm looking at references and they all seem very samey, like form wise. Like that just seems like the way they look. I don't see any variation at all. Okay. But yeah, so let's try and do something with these references. Let's see what we can come up with. I don't think it's going to be that complicated. Okay, so we want the place. We want half of the billow and the portion where you put the 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 drugs into to be stationary, and then the other half of the bellow needs to move. And okay, so I want to have something like this. I want to have like clear, separate, like smoking chambers with their own lids, because that to me tells, like, gives me smoking. Uh, So we could either have them, like, next to each other, like this. I feel like that'd make the most sense. We could also have them be in, like, a circle or something, some sort of, like, tight formation, like a triple thing, and then it can also have, like, a singular lid. That's just 3, like this. And then we could have circular billows. So, like, have the chambers be up here, and then just have loose hanging billows like this, and then just a string pull on that, and then just have that attached to the waist. Right? Like, that seems quite simple. And then, obviously, the output. Like that. That could work. Test, test, hello. Hmm. Or I'm thinking of, like, a more rigid design, where it has, like, a nice frame, like this, and it sort of emulates the mana infuser that we designed, where it's like 3 chambers like this in a row next to each other, pipe leading into this side of the billow, and then the billow is in these, like, brackets, and then you have, like, a pulling string here again. Uh, like this, so it's, like, more encased. How... the billows hanging down would make sense if the gas is heavy. Well, no, it's not because it's heavy. I mean, just, like, it seems like the simplest way of executing the idea we're trying to do. Or this. These look so rudimentary. I feel like there has to be something I'm still not thinking about. I mean, they should look rudimentary, but they should look like a device, not like like a like a thingamabob. You know, at the moment it looks like a thingamabob. I need it to look like a device. And also, what would the motion be of smoking? Like, they'd have the pipe in their mouth and then push down on the billows. Yeah, like, pulling up on them seems awkward. Right, right. If you pull up on them, the whole thing's gonna move. So preferably you'd want to push down on them to so actually it would need to be opposite. So this is the handle to smoke. And then the drugs need to be up here somehow. Like that. So you push down on this to smoke and then pull it up. Or I guess it could just have like a spring here that automatically like pulls up the next puff. And that sort of like makes it a clearer shape actually. Yeah, hold on, hold on. Because it gives us a nice bottom, right? The bottom of the billow, which stays in place. And then hmm. I'm not considering the references at the moment. I'm literally just trying to figure out the orientation of these things. Finally caught your live. Love your work. You're my biggest inspiration for me. Oh, you are a big inspiration for. Sorry, I just ego boosted myself in your fucking message. The biggest inspiration. I'm your biggest inspiration? No, I am a big inspiration. Thank you, thank you. Uh, appreciate that a lot. French press coffee makers? I don't know what those are. Yeah, this is tough because I'm basically trying to the the B one is very simple, but that's not really. I said it was the perfect reference, but the more I think about it, it's like there's the stuff in here, and then the gets pushed out. It's not exactly what we need. You know what makes sense at the moment? I'm thinking instead of like individual ones, what would seem better to me is like if it is like a longer tray, like this, with one latch at the end, like that, and then like metallic separators like that. So they'd be square. Like that seems more makes sense to me. Or like opens to the side. Well, yeah. I think that makes sense. To have them like connected to each other. It looks less weird than just having like three random things. But then the billows part, the billow part's still like messing me up. How do I make it look like cool? Um, it can be a pump too. It doesn't have to be a billow. It can be like a handle like this, like sort of a bicycle pump thing. Can also work. I like watering things, like those watering pumps. You could do something like that as well, where the handle is separate. And that pulls on the billow. And the compartments here. So this pulls the billow up, and then you push that down, and it pushes it uh through this tube, goes into your mouth. I can see that work. Like if I refine that a bit more. Hmm. This is promising. I like this, but just the shape's still not nice, like appealing looking. Yo, Simon, I don't know if you care or not, but the gaudy domains came out, and I think it's overly pretty satisfactory. The what? The what came out? Gaudy. Gaudy. What the fuck is gaudy? Oh, game of the year. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I didn't think that was an abbreviation. I was like, did you spell Gautier like the artist, the music artist, the somebody I used to know wrong, and he like came back or something, and like posted a song named Nominees or whatever? I got really confused. It's like, is he back? Is that guy back? No, the Game Awards. Fuck, not Gautier. That's with an E. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually follow that, so because like I've eh. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not really invested in that. I mean, I love games, obviously, but the game of the year doesn't really care. Doesn't really care. Well, I don't really care about the game of the year because it doesn't really matter. Because in the end, I'll just play the games I do. You know, like it means the same to me if the game I play is first or last place because I enjoy it. And I feel like people get a little too heated about that. Um, but I, what game won? What game got first? I guess. There was some like yeah, I don't know. Was there any drama or something? I guess people got pissed. I mean, that's every year, so people probably got pissed. It would be so cool if Gautier came back. I mean, yeah, of course. But yeah, what happened? Give me like a rundown. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't not that interested. No winner yet, but yes, there's always drama. No winner yet. Wait, what do you mean then? Didn't you say like you liked the outcome or something? Only the nominees for now. Oh, what we're even getting is that I okay. I don't really know how any um like nomination or like dot 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 of the year works. Like I don't follow the ones for like actors or like movies or any of those. Like I don't follow any of them. So like, people get excited about the nominees. What is like an what does that mean? Like that just means that you exist. No? You're why do you need to be what I don't get it. What's I'm happy with the 6 nominate. There's a lot more than 6 games, I think. Why is it already narrowed down to 6? What happened? How does it work? This is me being completely stupid and serious, by the way. I don't know what how that shit works. The biggest games of the year. Well, yeah, but like wouldn't it just be like shouldn't they just do like a giant list of games and then just have people put in votes? Just saying which game they like the most, like give them a certain amount of votes and then that's just it? What do you mean nominees? Only 6 games that get nominated. 6? 6? Just 6? It's very much a popularity thing. But how do they determine that? Is it do they already do like a vote to decide which the 6 finalists are? Okay. So there was already okay, sorry. So there was already like a whole boiling down shenanigans to get those 6. Okay, sorry. So what were the 6? Tell me. What were the 6? If there's any triple A game in there, I guess I'm just gonna puke because I don't think any notable triple A game has come up. Like the hype around games I've realized has very much shifted to smaller studios, and indie games have just been completely in the spotlight and overshadowing triple A games. And every triple A game that comes out just gets people going, "Ooh!" every single time. Like all of them are drama or just slop or whatever, and people are really 80% of the votes from the jury and not the fan base. Well, yeah, that's most of the reason why I don't care about those kinds of, or not most, but that's one of the reasons I also don't care about those shows. Is most of the time, every time there's like a competition of dot 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 best of the year, it's always rigged. Like, no shit. Of course, there's always people that benefit from it and want their shit to win, and there's judges bribing and whatever. The judges have more influence than the people voting. Whatever, like, it's always that shit. So in the end, it doesn't fucking matter. Expedition 33, yeah, I can see that. Death Stranding 2, okay, yeah. Uh, Beach Donkey, what? Oh, no, that Spacebar and Beach Donkey Kong Bonanza, okay. Hades 2, yeah, okay. Hollow Knight Silk Song, okay. Kingdom Come, Deliverance 2, okay. Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, I thought, I guess it's a bit too late for that then. I was gonna say, well, it probably was like was it? Hold on, question. Arc Raiders just came out. Did that, uh, like, was that also a part of the votes, that got like just, cut out earlier, or did they just not include that because it came out like after they did the votes or whatever? Beach Donkey Kong is my favorite game. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Expedition 33 seems like it would be Not this year. Ah, okay, okay. So it's like already past that. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I feel like from what I know about Expedition 33, I didn't play it, but like general consensus, I feel like that would win, right? The other ones I haven't heard as much of the other ones as Expedition 33. Even Hollow Knight, I feel like I haven't even heard as much from Hollow Knight than I had from Expedition 33. Maybe it's because it's but yeah, like for some reason Expedition 33 for me felt like it was like a really big impact on something. And like Hollow Knight, I feel like people went nuts for it because it finally came out, but then after that I didn't really hear much of it. Like besides people just saying, "Yay, it came out." And then I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I didn't get recommended those. Like people might have screamed about it, and just because I didn't consume it, I just didn't get recommended videos about Hollow Knight. But I definitely got a lot more from Expedition 33. Um, have you played all the games you wanted to play this year? Yes, no, I don't. I'm not that big of a gamer. Like I do play games. I enjoy games very much, but I'm not like a oh here's the hot new game I'm looking for kind of thing. Um, and I only play like a very few games. Like I played the finals. I play Risk of Rain with my friends. I played Repo. I still do sometimes with my friends because that's fun. I wanted to play Peak as well. But yeah, I just play. I don't really play single player games, I guess, because I yeah. So that's why like Expedition 33 or like Hollow Knight didn't really interest me. I play games to spend time with friends mostly. I don't play games on my by myself. I've only played Silksong, but actually it only has the very impactful. Not to uh yeah. That's what I mean. It's like I feel like Expedition 33 definitely left like a really noticeable imprint to me more than Silksong even. Because it just came out of nowhere, really. Like Silksong's, I hmm. Would you think? Do you think that the reason it came, the reason it made like a bigger splash than Silksong was because people were so hyped for Silksong for so long that like the expectations sort of like clouded your vision a bit. Like I feel like people did have more critique of that. Whereas for Expedition 33, it literally just popped out of nowhere and people just went, "Oh, like holy shit, it's a good game," because it didn't have any like reference point or anything that they had to compare it to. They showcase upcoming games. Oh, they do that too. So it's like showcase upcoming games. Okay. I want to try Arc Raiders, by the way. Like, I definitely want to get into Arc Raiders, especially because I'm happy that it's. I like extraction shooters, but I don't like the wipes because I'm very bad at extraction shooters. So I sort of like playing very ratty and sort of role playing in that sense, where I just very slowly accumulate shitty stuff and try to make it with my friends, and we always play bad. So having it be that you can choose to reset your account for benefits and skins and stuff like that, or not, I think is really nice because then it makes it more casual. I'm not like against the clock. It's like, oh, I need to reach a certain point before they remove all my shit again. It's more just like, oh, I can go on there, scavenge a bit, and then leave. And it's not like it's gonna disappear or anything. I can just hoard all of the shit. Forever Winter, my beloved. Yeah, I really wanted to like Forever Winter. As an artist, I mean that game's stunning. Absolutely stunning. The artistry of that fucking game, the designs, the atmosphere, whatever. It's exactly what I'd want. But I it just looks a little too clunky still. It's been out for a while, but still it kind of looks a little clunky. Still, they fully spec'd into art, and I really love the art, but then the gameplay kind of is like all right, is very well made. Yeah, yeah. I did play the demo of Arc Raiders, and we did like that a lot as well. Me and my friends, we played it together, and that went really nice. But the reason I haven't gotten it and started playing it is because I'm genuinely just worried that I'm just gonna disappear for because of that game. I'm gonna get like addicted to it. Even worse than finals sometimes. Like finals sort of comes in waves for me. Like sometimes I feel like playing it a lot and then I stop. Like I haven't touched it in a really long time now, or in a while now. But I'm just worried that that game's gonna suck me in and then I'm just gonna be gone and not do videos anymore. So yeah, who knows? I might get it. Also, it's quite pricey as well. It's quite expensive. For like my budget. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just like, are you drawing an armor? No, I'm drawing a smoking device, like a device that soldiers use to smoke drugs. Okay. Do I want it? Okay, I'm thinking like what shape I want this thing to be. Like, how do I want it to hang on the body? And also, right, didn't we say we were gonna combine this with the gas filter, like the gas mask filter? Yeah, because it could. Okay, so if we say we combine it, we could totally have that fit into the shape of it, because we're sort of missing still like a bunch of these like orb shapes. So we could say that the bottom half is the air filter, and this apparatus that they use just attaches to the filter in some way. So it's both like a holster for the air filter and so then it can have like a frame around it. And then this, then like the handle, and then the top part where you put the smokes into. Like this, so we have two pipes coming out of it. We have um the gas mask pipe and the smoking pipe, so they're in the same place. If I have them be two separate things, I think it's gonna get too messy. Yeah, we could do something like that. Yeah, like a sensor could be a nice reference to take from as well. I'm still stuck on the shape though. Because like, how does it? Hold on. You know what I should do? I'm gonna take a screenshot from the back of the soldier, because then we can just draw on him. There. We can draw on this and try and figure out like what shape we want this contraption to have. Let's see. So, let's draw in some like small bits and pieces that we know are there. So we have the blade, like the weapon, is down here. I think that's cool. Like little straps hanging off of it. I like that. Then we have the waist pouch here, where the spent cartridges get thrown. Um, then what? Dump pouch, the back, knife on the back. Okay, that's it. That's all the things on the back. So this is the space we have for the device. Is like this here, kind of, and like reaching to the side here. So I need the lever action thing, or whatever way this thing gets activated to be on this side. And then for it to take up this space? Should it be the long way? I think this is going to be way too clumsy. It's like long like this. Like having it be like a log shaped thing makes a lot more sense to me. And the cartridges slots here, or like accessible, could be like here too. Oh, I got a vision of a big frame backpack, uh, like four sensors swinging from it, like gallows. Oh, that's cool. Maybe a guy that marches ahead of the others, like a flag bearer. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Have you seen the kelp shake from SpongeBob? Could try that shape, the kelp shake. I don't know. Don't think. No, I don't think I've seen. Is it like this kind of a bottle? As a kelp shake, I feel like it'd be this kind of a shape. That that feels kelp shaky to me. Some sort of energy drink. You can tell me if that's correct or not. My guess on what the shape of a kelp shake is. Close enough. Hmm. Has to take up shape. The air filter's got a part of it. Uh, what is your struggle this time around? Oh, it's like a like an air filter smoking device combo that I'm trying to design and get stuck on, or getting stuck on. No. Look up vintage pump sprayers. Okay. Hmm. These are interesting. I like these. Could be good. This is sorry it's taking so long, by the way. Sometimes it's just like this. When designing stuff, you just fiddle around and try to find something. Get stuck. Perfectly fine. Yeah, hold on. The smoker's way to do it. Yeah, that I think the billow thing is what I got too stuck on, is like trying to make it a billow instead of a pump. I think having it be a sort of bicycle pump is the right way to do it, because it's more of a solid shape I can work with. Yeah, something like that. It still needs a little bit of something. Hold on. I think we can make a billow that looks like this, right? Yeah. If I just add No, hold on. This is actually coming together exactly. Look, we're fucking solving mystery puzzles. Look at this. Look at this. Mine's gonna be blown. Wait for this. Yeah? Get ready. Holy shit. Oh my god! It's a fucking pipe! It's working. It's lining up. Holy shit. Actually, yes, it's actually so we can have like a little chamber and then have the pump be here, and that's basically the same fucking shape. Whoa! Yeah, mind blown. It's the same shape with the handle instead, and then we can have the gas mask filter like fit in here somewhere, like that, and just have that be a pouch together, like that. And so this sucks in smoke from there, and then you just have it pump it out of this tube, and then just have that next to the gas mask tube. Yeah. Yeah, issue is this head is on the wrong side. If this is where he pulls, that means this is where he puts the drugs in, and the cable is coming from the back, so it's a little awkward. Um, so let's try and figure out if there's a better method to do this. Yeah, that's an issue. How do I do this then? Because I can't move this. It could. Okay, what I'm thinking is this could basically double as the pouch for the drugs as well. Because it has a big shape where the gas tank or the air filter is in as well, and then you can just have extra little pouches here in the front with the little gas or the smoke packs on it as well, right? So you have the little cup on the side, and that. Okay, hold on. I got another. Yeah, the issue is you wouldn't be able to like add more mid combat that easily. Which I think is fine. Stimulants you're not going to take mid combat or like the drugs, you're going to take them before combat. Yeah, like that. Uh then yeah, I guess the pipe can just come out here and we can just imply that there's an air filter in the bag here too. And the rest of the bag space would be for druggies. I like that. Then I'm thinking if I want the cable to come out this side, which is easier, or if I want it to come out this side, just so we can have some excuse to like have some cables flopping around. I think that side makes enough sense. Or no, actually it doesn't. So yeah, we just have the cable run along the side here. Or gas pump. Okay, what would a drug pouch look like? What would a drug pouch look like? Would it have like little compartments? Like how would you keep them? How do you hold on? Uh I'll look up like tea storage. I think tea storage would be the right thing to look. Um Yeah, you know what? I think we need little pouches and compartments. Cause that really like if you imagine Chinese um medicine like remedy store, it's all these like little bits and compartments, right? So even if it doesn't make sense, that would help like show that sort of pick and choose element of it where it's like all these little bits instead of just one pile of one thing, which makes it like interesting. So yeah, I do think it needs to be like these little pouches. Uh like this or something. Yeah, I like that. Or what would drugs? Hold on. Uh I feel like they'd be wrapped in wax paper. Like they'd be wrapped in wax paper so they don't like get wet, right? So it's fine to have them like in little pouches. I'm just thinking like how what would the coolest way be to like house them? Obviously it would make the most sense if it's enclosed entirely so you don't see the little pouches, but I need some sort of excuse for it to be external. So cuz that looks cooler. Would it be inconvenient to carry a wooden one? I mean, they already carry like a wooden block for the for the paper cartridges for their flintlocks. So it wouldn't be that inconvenient. What kind of I'm thinking how it would look. Sort of like this with like little latches. Like little drawers. I think little latches. I'm sort of imagining it like an engine block at the moment. Um like this, like the bottom half is wood with like little compartments in it, and that's like solidly attached to the pipe at the bottom. So those are two pieces, and then that has a gap in between, or and then that has enough space for it to like tie into some sort of bag here that has the air filter in it. That's something. I like the separate little pouches. I don't want like one big lid for all of them. Yeah, so instead of like, I'm not thinking like wood. I don't think wood would be the right thing, but I'm thinking like little metal lock boxes, sort of like this, that attach to the side like this. Maybe we can have like 2 layers of it. And that sort of makes me think of, you know, inrow. I don't know what an inrow is. Ooh, that is nice. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think we'd have something like this, because it'd be harder to access each of them. Holy fuck, that's nice. It feels very Verusian. I feel like Varus would have some fancy shit like that. Be little pouches, metal pills like bottles in them. No, no, they're like little tea packs basically. You know what I'm thinking? Is this thing is kind of like a portable little thing. So you can like place it down on the ground as well. So I'm thinking it'd be fun if it had like little legs. Like here. So it basically sits on the ground like this as well. Hmm. Yeah, and then they could like decorate them like some animal. What would they decorate this as? Like if it was like an animal head or something, like a camel? I don't think they'd know what a camel is. Definitely not a pig, because I've done too many things that are designed like a pig. Elephants. Elephants might be fun. Armadillo. Yeah. I'm still stuck on the little baggies or the little pouches. I do like them being on the side like this. I just don't know how to style them. You know, like they have to look like something. I'm imagining this scene where the soldiers have moments of peace and sit down, resting, putting this pipe on the ground besides them, like a cooking station, um, or something like that, like a camping tool that you can both leave on the ground for common use between soldiers, and then you can lift and attach to your suit. Yes, yes, that's sort of what I think as well. How often do you stream? I have no idea. Yeah, so the shape that I'm sort of settling into is kind of like this. This for like the where the little compartments are. Then the main plunger thing, and then the pipe where you tamp the drugs into on this side. And then some sort of attachment method so you can have a pouch in here like that, and then the little leggies. I'm not sure if I like that 100% yet, though. I want to be really confident with this thing and not like, maybe. I haven't considered. I haven't considered this. Or also this. That also. I'm just doing it for fun. He's coming to turtles on his own, I think. Yeah, I think it's slowly turning into a turtle. Yeah, turtle would be cool. Looks like a weird cat. Oh, damn, so really just for fun? Yeah. This doesn't. It's like I'm sort of going somewhere. It's just I'm not yet sure where. Hold on. Let me. Okay, is there a term? I need some help. Is there a term for like a pouch with a lot of little separate compartments, or some style of pouch or shelf or anything of that sort that I might be able to take inspiration from? Where they're all like in a row next to each other. Or last stream. For the pouches could be like a tea infuser wrapped in wax paper. Well, yeah, that's what we said. The little drug packets are gonna be like little compacted uh things wrapped in wax paper. Sounds like a tackle box. Box. Oh, yeah. Sort of. Yeah, kind of like a tackle box. Ammo pouches. Sort of as well. Yeah. I like these. Let me find a good image of what I mean. This. These little pouches. Those are nice and whimsical. Accordion file folder. Oh shit. No, not quite. Not quite. Sort of, but it's enclosed. I need like little pouches on the outside. I do like it. It probably they would definitely have ones like this, but for this one I need something that like has them on the outside. No. Gusseted pockets? Hmm. Maybe. Maybe gusseted pockets. Let's keep going. Is it gonna be the backpack? No, it's more like a satchel. Like a side satchel. Your model, I sub. I see men struggle model. What? What? I entertained. Yes. I exit. Cool. Holy shit, did you guys see the gnome run by? What? It's like a bird flew by it. It's a very strange interaction. You know, I think the this like pump design is stupid. The more I think about it, the more stupid it gets. Because I'm thinking, okay, so why the fuck would you suck out the smoke first and then push it into your lungs? What's the point of that? Because you have to light it anyway. And then to not make it go out, you pull in the smoke and then you just have a stick hanging to your side because it's pulled out. And then when you want to smoke it, you push it in. And I don't know. I feel like just smoking it would be easier. What's was like we can still keep the same design of like the pipe going underneath a thing, but it's just the what it's hard to inhale. Like we can still have a pipe at the bottom, just instead of a fucking pump, it's just a pipe. You suck. Just smoke it, dude. Yeah. I feel like this just makes more sense. So I'm thinking this is like a separate little stand thing. So it's a smoking pipe that rests on like a little stand that has the little drug compartments in it, like this, and that has the little legs, right? That makes sense to me. So that's itself. And then the pipe like latches onto that, so it has like these little locks so that this attaches to the base. Through something? Okay. Yeah, that works. That works as well. Hmm. Yeah, I like this, I think. So then there's compartments here, and there's compartments in the back. And then you just have a separate pouch that hooks onto it. Like there can be some little um feathers, whatever, to hook this extra pouch on it. And that's the gas mask pouch. I think that's simple enough. Uh, how how do they keep it lit though? So they just smoke it before a fight then, or they light it before a fight and then keep it lit throughout the fight by like puffing it. Yeah, this seems like the most simple version of it, which I think is fine for this guy. Okay, so type chamber up top that latches base. This. I can imagine the stand being two separate compartments like this. The gap in the middle. This is where the pipe goes. Then the pouch like hooks into there somewhere. So behind this compartment. And the pouch sits on top of this one, so you can't even open this one when it's on your hip. You just have access to these. Seems kind of clunky. So the pouch is here. The pipe is here. I don't like that the pipe is there. That's what's bothering me, I think. Just that the pipe is just there. So what makes more sense is to have the pipe come down here. Like this. Have it be in between, so there's two pouches next to either side of the pipe, and then there's just a chamber to, like, place it into that. So it's just resting in a little slot. And then just have the bag go over that slot. Seems like it makes... I mean, there's a lid on it. I'm not really worried about fires. Yeah, that might be the solution, is little latched metal things here. That pipe comes out here. The bag rests up there, and then hooks into that somehow. We have the legs. Yeah, but you light the stuff you smoke and keep that burning, not like coals to heat it up, right? Like, is there a different way of smoking that I don't know about? But I don't like that I'm losing the silhouette of the pipe. I did like having the pipe be seen. I have an idea. We can still keep the pipe thick. To keep the fire lit, we just have it very slowly burn the incense. How do we do that? Just wrap the pipe in an acceleration scroll. Just have an acceleration scroll on the pipe and just have it passively, very gently, just pull air through here. So it's like just slowly billowing out of the side. Printing acceleration scrolls wouldn't be hard, and then fueling the scroll, if you just wanted to move very gently to keep the fire lit, would not be hard as well. And then just have the lid of the pipe have a repeating pattern on it to attract mana. Is that... I think that's good, right? It would also mean we have an excuse to add these little bumps by making, like, acceleration scroll little bits like this on the pipe. So these are the scroll. So we can keep the big shape. We lose the pump. Uh, And then instead we can just have like a little valve here on this side, and then have the tube coming out here. Because if it's just passively pulling, then if you just close the valve, then it just stops. So you just turn on the valve to have it keep burning. Uh, and then if you close it, the pressure of the air inside the tube will just prevent it from sucking more. I feel like that's the most elegant solution I can come up with. Then we still have a big pipe shape. So we can still keep the big pipe like this. We also have an excuse to keep... I think that's the right solution. We have an excuse to use these little details. We have an excuse to make the lids elaborate. So it's perfect, basically. That's the solution. It's perfect. Yeah, and they don't need to be that elaborate because it just needs a tiny bit of mana to keep it from going out. You know what I'm thinking? Um, the acceleration scrolls, they don't necessarily need to be connected to the pipe. So what I'm thinking is it's like a clamshell. Like, look at this, look at this. So it's like this with a latch at the bottom, and the acceleration scrolls are in here. Or like the sides of the chamber have acceleration scrolls in them, very gentle. And then you have the pipe separate. So you just put the pipe in here and then latch it closed, and that accelerates the pipe for you. Um, and then we can just have that be... So you just have a pipe as well. They just have smoking pipes that work with these things that are compatible with this. And so this thing is its own device, which can hold the druggies. So we have that be... Hold on, hold on. I think instead of having the pipe be at the bottom, I'm thinking because it's already such a big contraption, we can have the filter, like the air filter, be at the bottom here, and then just make it taller. Like this. So the air filter is here in the bottom. It just has its own little compartment. Then we have the side panels, like that. Then the little holster for where the pipe slots in. So we have the bottom pipe, which is the filter, then where the top pipe goes, like this. Like that. And then we can just have this whole contraption be on a thing. Yeah, and we don't even need the bottom half to be solid. We could just have this be solid, because that's where the magic scroll is. Then yeah, the compartments can be solid or not. And then the bottom half is just a pouch. Yeah, because then you have both sides of this accessible as well. And it looks like a fucking engine block, which is also sick as shit. Hold on, what if, just as a like a future thing, what if we have like a revolving pipe? So it's like you can smoke multiple weeds at the same time, and you just turn the barrel to select your weed to load the right herb of choice. But yeah, and I'm thinking the feet of this like contraption can just be uh where the pouch hooks in. So the feet would just need to have this look to them, like some sort of slot in the middle. So the pouch can have some like um things that look hook over this and then go back down. Stop with the turtle. I know we're gonna make it look like a turtle. We're gonna have a version that looks like a turtle. Goddamn. Yeah, so this pipe, then the side pouches, that, and then the main bag. How do you open the bag? Mystery. How do you open the bag? Um, Give me a sec. How do I open the bag at the bottom? That's the true mystery now. How the fuck do we open the bag here? Unless we don't need to. Like, that could just be a supply bag plus the gas in the middle. Actually, I have the perfect fucking reason. You know what this thing is at the bottom? It's not a bag. It's one of those rollout, fold out things with like even more pouches in it. Like this. Like a supply, whole ass supply thing. And then the gas filter just in the middle. Like this. Right? And then it just has these things on the sides with some buttons. And then you just pull that up and over. So it like when you detach this thing, the whole thing just folds out and has like a bunch of little trinkets and shit and stuff. And so this thing is like the med bay equivalent kinda. Roll like a sleeping bag. Yes, yes, exactly. So yeah, so this only loops over the leg, the feet, the turtle feet. Don't worry, we're doing turtles. You fucking. And then we just loop those back down and then tighten them. How would you tighten them? Just have like one of these. Yeah, we can just have fucking a belt again. Basically, a belt that loops into itself. It has the end of the belt with little holes in it, and also like back here, it has the belt buckle. So you just loop it back into itself and tighten it so it like doesn't sag off the bottom. I'm really happy with that actually. It took us a while to get there, but I think I really like that idea. So let's try and draw this on this dude. So we have the sword down here. Dump bag. And then we have this, which will be like that. That. Okay. And then like swivel. I think this is important enough to have its own like little. And then we need the sword to actually face this way. Otherwise you can't take it out. Yeah, I like that. We'll need to see about the proportions of it, but I like. Hold on. I'm gonna try out some. I want to see how it would look with the pipe more separated from the main shape. Like if it's sort of like a handle, pretty much. Elevated. Hold on, I just had the greatest fucking epiphany. This whole thing could break in half. We don't just need the pouch. We could have this whole thing just collapse in half. What I mean is the the acceleration scroll part is already a clamshell, right? So just have it lock in the middle like this at the top and then just have some extra locks here on the side and have just a separate left and right portion of this thing. So and the pouch is just sewn in, and then when you fold it open, the two compartments of druggies are on either side, and then also the acceleration scroll handle is on either side. Like that. And you just clamp the whole thing back together in one go. What do you think about that? I think that's pretty neat. We've destroyed the turtle, though. We've cut the turtle in half. That's the downside, but I like that. I like that I cut the turtle in half. Do we need the metal stand then at that point? We could just have one. Just the metal of the acceleration portion. Like that. And then have the outer pouches be cloth. Yeah, and then I can have like multiple pouches as well. There you go. And then just have all of this hang off of. Well, I do like that this version is like has a fair bit of structure with it. Like this is sort of too little structure, I think. It's just a floppy bag with a tube at the top. This is like a proper sort of medicine stand looking thing, and I think I like that about it. So I might want to keep that. Yeah, I think I want to keep the medicine stand look. What's up with chat? They're just obsessed with turtles. It's ordinary. Yeah, let's design this properly then. Okay, so first we got to get the main shape right. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have this version be break open in half. I do think I want to keep it as one piece for this one. We're just gonna have the latch for this be on the side. There you go. And this can have like an over-the-top look to it. Figure that out in a little bit. Then we have the little compartments, and I don't want those being just squares. I think I can have this sort of. Those also have little latches. And then we have the legs. Well, actually, I think it's nicer as just one a stronger thing. That. I don't like curves. Could make this like a hexagon. I do think I want this to have a flat bottom. I'm thinking like this thing is just built out of like sheet metal pretty much. Like they just cut sheets into pieces and assemble it in a very simple way. So these side plates are their own separate piece. Then we have where this attaches. Do you think some of them would keep little plants growing in baggies for infinite drugs? I mean, yeah, it makes sense that they'd do that. Yeah, this seems like the most elegant solution. I'm thinking the pipe would just be this long, maybe? Because the valve would need to be uh its own separate component. I'm thinking the valve is just here. And so the pipe's like this long. The auto sucking device. Auto suck. Okay, we can try and model that. Yeah, we can probably try and model that right now. Because I want to see it in 3D to like get a proper idea of it. Let me just take this screenshot. Save it. Soldier. Some more references. Now we go back to Blender. Welcome back to Blender. Okay, so let's just do that. Shift A. Oh. Okay, how can I shape that? Easy. We can do a cube. Suck. It out to about there. Just make the bottom smaller. I don't want it to be too tall though. That tall? Yeah. R. Oh no, it's right. Take these two. Which way is it? This way. the right shape. Sort of. Yep. And then we can add like some. Oops. Oh, whoops. Added that in bit mode. Uh, my phone died. Oh yeah, my phone died. How often do you stream Blender? I don't know. However often I sculpt. Then we can shift R. Oh. Not. Oh, let's do it on the other side. probably add all the rough shapes first before stressing too much about deep. We gotta get the flow of the right. Ouch at the bottom. Um, that's pretty much what it is, right? The basic gist of it. So it'd be about this size. I'd say that's a good size for what it is. It's quite a bit of storage, a pipe, a magic device, and also the gas mask filter. So I'd say that takes up a reasonable amount of space for that, right? Scale-wise as well, I think the parts aren't too small. Hmm. Something. How big of a filter I can get there. be that big. How big are filters normal? Let me look up gas. They're decently big, but not too big. I think that size for this dude seems fine. Seems reasonable. Yeah, I'm just worried about these components more than anything. This little I'll have to find a way to not make this or that snap off. Yeah, how would I? Um, okay, cool. I'm gonna. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pull in or start making all the components. I don't like these pouches, so I'll remove them eventually. I'll just keep them in for size reference for now. But I'll just sort of rough out each of the objects that he's holding so that we can get an idea of how they clutter together. So first let's do the knife. The knife would be here. Right? Then the dump pouch be here. Um, then let's use a donut for the slingshot. Probably make it thinner. I'll make that thicker. Oh, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Just made it a few times. Something. Have that. Then we have the ammo pouch. Yeah, let me do this. The ammo pouch. It's a square. the size I'd imagine it to be. And what else did you add? I'm going back to Krita for a sec. We have the bandolier, the powder horn, the little pouches, slings off to the side, grenades are right. Okay, try that. Oh, I don't know why I deleted this. Do other cylinder for the this is the water skin. Water skin that then we need the powder horn. Do these. This is random medicine pouch that look different from this one. Then we need a smaller one here. So let's do these as like two separate. Differentiate that, and then we can duplicate these. No idea why the pivot points down there, but work with it. Yeah, no, I won't work with it. That's too tedious. Another. Christ, this guy's gonna have fixed this. Pouches. And then this can have anything to this side? No, that was the sling grenades. So yeah, we can totally move this like or here. Like the main thing, this side of the body is nice. Highlight. Then I guess if it is a highlight, then I could put the water skin on the side. bit nicer here. Yep. Because then we can have powder horn here. Jesus, this guy is equipped. Powder horn. Let's do. It's just a cylinder. I'd have it there, like even lower. Too. Can this all hang off of the belt? I think it can. Quite a heavy thing. We still want the... This is gonna be a lot. Still want... the bandolier as well. Bullets. So that would go across the body. That's where this attaches. Outer horn. Yeah, and then if we have another strap, it's gonna be way too much. We add another strap just for this. He's equipped as shit, that's for sure. Is the head a little too big still? I mean, after I up this, like, I increased the size of um each of the components of the helmet, so inevitably his whole head became bigger. I don't think it's too big. I think it's a good size, especially because it's a miniature. You know? And a lot of this detail needs to be big to show up. I think the head's fine, scale-wise. That... That... Her horn. Auto horn actually does not need to be that big. Because... Yeah, you know what? I have an idea. I can have the bandolier that holds the gas tank be the same one that holds the ammo. Then we can just have one. And then have the this on like a string. It just hangs off of this, because it is not that big. Because that's just the powder for the pan, the flash pan, not even the into the musket. or into the Flintlock. The Flintlock gets loaded through the paper cartridges, and this is just for the pan. Okay, now it feels a little heavy to this side. As you can see, there's grenades there, and also the sling here. I think I'm gonna move the sling over to this side. Now this has a fair bit of space. And the grenades... I like the grenades there. It goes across like... Yeah, if it goes across like this, it's sort of pointing this way, and that means like this side's a little too heavy compared to this side. It's here. That case. Sling that water can, random supplies. Powder horn can go up. Pouch here, the dump pouch. Sword. Knife. Do you think that's good? He's wearing a helmet, his head is normal size. Yeah, I think his helmet's just big. Yeah, what do we think about that? It is a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I feel like we could... Honestly, we could get rid of the grenades. Like, it makes sense that he'd have them, but it is really a little much for him to have all of that. but just try. Like that. I feel like that's better. It's more focused. He shoots, and that's literally it. I like the clutter for a soldier. I mean, yeah. I do like how messy it is. You know why? It kind of looks more like a scavenger because of just how much shit they have, which I like. I do like that it's like really a lot as well. Yeah, it could go either way. It's like if it doesn't have it, it seems like they're more in order. But with all of this stuff, it seems like they're more like of a mess. Everything, like every soldier just has everything, and they just pick up random shit and just haul it around everywhere. War is messy, yeah. Greebles is Greebles, yeah. Okay, fair enough. We're keeping it then. We're keeping this mess. I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy with what we've accomplished this stream. I'm done. I'm done for this stream. Because we've decided on everything that he has. We put it on him to see how it flows, and if it's like too cluttered or messy. It's messy, but in a good way. It is indeed messy, but I think it's yeah. I agree. I think it's messy in a good way. And we've also designed the dual smoking plus uh gas mask pouch, which I think is nice too. I'm really happy with that one because it looks very intentional now. At first, it started off very messy for sure, but now it's like even with this simple shape, it has a very strong identity on his body. Like it definitely has a purpose, which is good. It looks like it has a purpose. Have fun discussing turtles and drugs. Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a bit of a break, and then I'm probably gonna fiddle around with this for fun by myself, without the stream. Yeah, see ya. Oh, and I'm also gonna print this head, because I just want to know how it reads at that scale. Oh, by the way, um, what's miniature scale? I still don't know how tall miniatures are, like on average. I guess it depends on the game, but like, uh, Pathfinder and D&D, those kinds of games, like the more RPG ones, what size are those? Like normal humans. And then also like war games, is Trench Crusade this in the same scale as Warhammer? Does anybody know that? If their minis are like the same scale? I think they're a little smaller. So what I searched up is for Warhammer. It seems like it's 28 millimeters, so 2.8 centimeters. Humans are 3 centimeters, so it's sort of in the same ballpark then at least. It's like if it works at 2.8, it'll work at 3. So the goal is for it to be able to work at 2.8. That's like the smallest I've seen it should be. I don't think any game um uses 2.5. I don't think that's a thing, right? Because I did actually print a 2.5, and that one's way too small. Yeah, 2.8 is the one I need to do then. That if 2.8 works, then point, or then 3 works as. Where the fuck is my miniature? I've lost it. The 2.8 is gone. I'll find it. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go now.